All righty. Let me get all the screens set set up. Give me one moment. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Bam, waka, 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 waka. Ducka, ducka, ducka. All right, did we got it up there? All right, awesome. All right, good morning. Welcome to Chuck for Options. I'm your host, Chuck, and we are here another day, baby. We are here another day, baby. You know, we're going to start thanking God on this channel. I don't know why I said that, but we are. Okay, moving on. Wow. Yesterday was amazing. It was an amazing day back. We traded really well yesterday. We did really, really good. Where do I want to start today? So, I'm a bit flustered this morning. I'm sorry, so please bear with me. I just got a cat from a series of unfortunate events. But I grew up. I was with the cat ever since he was able to fit in the palm of my hand, and now he's about like 7 months old now. He's beautiful. He's beautiful, wonderful cat. So much personality. But now, we moved him over here. I don't know if he went to other places or how many other places before he came here. So right now, he's kind of shy. He's scared. He's meowing downstairs a lot. So I like sat down on the floor with him for a little while so he can, calm down and we're just talking to each other. He just meowing at me and I'm just, just trying to relax him and give him his space, but be with him, So, um, yeah, so that's what's going on right now in my world. There's a lot of other things too, but that. Uh, so now the schedule for streaming will be 9:15 to probably about 2:30. We're gonna have to make like a 2:45 hard stop. It depends on like what I'm doing or like if I'm getting ready. But on the other side of the coin, there has been a series of fortunate events. So our lifestyle is changing and things are changing right now. So let's get a better idea of what's going on in the market. The PPI that came out this morning at 8:30 was really bad. It was really hot. All right, the lowest I seen on the structure was like 682 and change. Yesterday, before we left, I was swinging puts. I I I, s- I picked them up a little bit too early. Okay, I picked the puts up here. And I wasn't supposed to. Okay, but even then, I was supposed to keep them because it just didn't matter. And then we get the follow through downward motion, and now so there's a good chance we're gonna wake up to a bag. It would have been a bigger bag if I didn't sell the puts that I had because they were really good puts. They were supreme, but this was the rinse for the puts. This was the rinse for the puts, and now look at where we at today. So and this is how they set everything up. This is how you can see what's going on, what's going to, with a higher probability, a higher delta of happening, higher delta probability, high probability plays. So I guess I don't know. Maybe this is data. Maybe this is like real true and tied data that we can maybe track. I have been tracking the last 15 minutes. The last 15 minutes of the trading day is a science to itself, by the way. So if you're kind of not hip to that, it's definitely a science to itself. So definitely go study the end of day actions. You know, go to your calendar, make sure you know what's going on uh, in the day throughout the week, and that's how you can plot out a really good trade thesis for the week, for the day, um, and probably even for the month. You know, because if you can scale something on the, if you can scale on the small end, you should be able to do it on the big end. You know, in my opinion, IMO. So yeah, our PPI came in nasty. Chicago, and some other stuff. November data. Wow, November data. Construction spending. Ooh, month over month. This can be interesting. Oh, you know what? Data centers though, that can definitely offset it. Wait, no, but it's not going to offset like new homes because new homes construction, new buildings. That can be interesting, but it's not gonna really do anything. It's just some nerd shit. I'm just, I'm just nerding out, man. I'm just nerding out. Um, uh, so I spoke about bags. Spoke about PPI. Let's open up the app so we can get some levels. Okay, we are definitely on the lower end of the range. Pre-market 688.90. That is the high. All right, and we are approaching the lowest in the stack. It's not the lowest. $683.07. I seen a lower tick than that. I seen a lower tick than that. So wow, that's crazy. So they're gonna be nice. These are gonna be really nice, actually. I wish I had. Of course, I wish I had more. Of course. All right, so we're gonna keep an eye on the spy. The spy. Keep an eye on the spy. All right. Check out the fund. The fund is doing that there. Yeah, and I totally botched that over there. Yeah, we just gotta focus on that one side. We can't be doing all that. But the fund, we're gonna keep the fund on stream, so we can always just have access to this, and we can see what's going on over here. 9%. Wow. All right. 2%, 6%, 2, 3%, 10% Netflix. 111. Yeah. So next week when we do our buy, you know, we definitely want to get some of that. I don't know. I'm gonna think of a really good strategy when it comes to long-term trading. All right. Let's get some music going, and then I guess we can start updating the journal some more. Uh, uh, Although that's definitely my favorite song. Okay, we're not gonna go. We're not gonna go heavy with the storylines yet. We're gonna get a storyline today. All right, but we're not gonna We're going to get a storyline today. Today's going to be fun, man. All right, let's do some contracts. Let's try and get into this money. Once again, good morning, everyone. I don't know if I said it earlier, but if I did and you didn't hear it, good morning. Thank you for coming to trade with me today. Today is Friday. February 27th is the last day to. We got one more. So it's not a leap year. We got one more day in February. Did I really forget how many days it is in February? Are you fucking kidding me? All right. So we're looking at some calls. It's going to be really hard to call it, but if we're looking for some levels, we can wait. Thursday. Let's fill this out. This is why you need this. 693 30 low 684 30 open 693 28 6 89 30. All right, so we want to look for some levels right now, actually. And we're going to find these levels in the rest of the week. This is Tuesday. Monday. Oh, I don't have Monday levels. Why don't I have Monday levels? Does anyone have Monday levels? I don't have Monday. And this is the bottom of the range. I've been humming this song 217 Tuesday. Of course it's Tuesday, but I don't know. I guess I wanted to see where it was in relation to where we are, just so I can physically see where this low can be taking us to. That's all. I'm just looking for the low. Okay, that was short week. That was the short trading week. 681. 681. But this is somewhere else. We're gapping down. So, I mean, we can... Okay, so today is definitely... We have to look for the gap fill. I think today we should probably look for the gap fill. We don't know how much more we're going to fade. Because we can go rent some more. You know, it's looking like we are going to rent. This is dropping down precipitously right now. So I think we should be ready for war, actually. It's 9:28. We have 2 more minutes, guys. All right. I want to thank everyone for being here. All right. We want to thank God for giving us breath this morning and giving us the right mind. And you know, let's do well today. And let's try and get this cat upstairs too. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna see if I can bring him upstairs. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Simba. on, buddy. It's okay, Simba. All right, guys. He is really going through it right now. He is really going through it right now. I love that little guy so much. He's so nice. Oh, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Wow. These things went up a lot. All right, the puts or the calls are down a lot. The puts are definitely inflated. Heavily inflated. Damn, those puts would have killed yesterday, bro. Oh my god. Ah, these did all right, but we woke up to a nice little order. All right, let's see what they're going to try and do. We're just watching the levels right now. Good morning, everyone. I didn't even see. Because these things can go down some more. It's going to fade. Yeah, that's cool. Well, that's what it's looking like. But anything over here is just not it. All right, I'm trying to look for some contracts right now. Understand what's going on. Today is a big moving day. I had to see if there's like OPEX or anything. Today's going to be. I mean, today is going to be such a massive day. You know, this is end of the week too, so you know they say if you're green, stay green. If you're red, don't explode. Don't explode. Um, Wow. So there's a couple scenarios here. We can come up fill the gap, and then we can go. Then we can continue back down. So that's a 688 gap fill. So since we have that 688 gap fill, the contracts can start around the 688-ish. So that would be a marker. I would definitely do the 688, 687, 689 when it comes to calls. Yeah, I think these are probably quite reasonable. 689. Now we don't know, what's going on, but you gotta just wait for things to play out. We don't want to do too much. We don't want to move too fast, but we want to move. All right, so we can just go. We can go up to fill that gap. Make sure we are positioned the right way. Because that's a pretty substantial gap fill. That's minus 0.8% right there. That's almost a whole percent that we even opened down. I think this is good for now. Ooh. They're gonna grind it. Let's see what they're gonna do. All right, let's go back to. Let's not move too much. Let's stop doing all this moving. Let's get this. I didn't see it pre-market. 21.39. This is a gap down. Gap down. I don't know about yesterday if that was a gap down, gap up. I honestly forget. Nope. It was filled. Whatever it was up or down, I think it was down. Then we gapped. Then we went up to fill it, and then we went back down. They still gonna let these puts put? Is this the BTFD? BTFD? That would have been a good one. That would have been a great one, actually. I don't know. I think technically numbers-wise, that'd be a good add-on. You know what? Let's... On the bottom of that stack, though, that is a better entry. Way better entry. You know what? I guess technically we would on this one, I think we would want Prediction: if we fill that gap before 10:15, maybe 10:20, we're going lower. All right, I'm gonna call it. I'm calling the Kobe right now. I'm calling the Kobe right now. Look at those big red candles. I'm leaning bullish. I'm leaning bullish. I'm not leaning bearish. I am leaning bullish, but it ain't cute. I think they're gonna make it tight either way. So just make the right. Just wait for the break. BTFD. Simba. No, we're going down. Oh, sentiment changed quick. Sentiment changed real quick, boy. Wow. You just gotta be patient. I read. So is it just that we are overly, because this thing is fading. Fading. Go again. Don't feel immediately. We're still gonna drop. I think this is direction. And although these are already like big and heavily already inflated, wow, they're making it expensive. Don't get FOMO. Don't get FOMO. Just wait. Just wait. I'm putting out just some outliers and everything, just following the action. That's all I'm doing. Just don't get. Okay, I understand that now, definitely. And I've been getting closer to solving that puzzle. I've been getting closer and closer to solving that puzzle. So I think I'm almost there. Mm. Whipsaw, man. Whip freaking saw. We just gotta wait. That was nasty. That red candle. This green candle was nasty. My goodness. All right, let's try and get a bigger. Wait, all right. What's going on in other places? Nvidia, what are you doing? Nvidia has a downside gap as well. VIX is going down slightly. We have to make sense of the data. Okay, you can't make the data make sense with what you got going on. It doesn't make sense. What am I not seeing? I'm not seeing the gap. I hate this view so much. I can't see the freaking gap, man. I want to see that bitch. You're up, so you're down. Mm. No stories yet, guys. No stories. We're gonna do some stories, but not now. We don't even got to get to the bag first to get to the stories. You know, like the storylines with the music and everything. But we damn sure gonna do our stories. That was fun. I had so much fun yesterday. I probably shouldn't. You know, but fuck that. If we can make so much money and laugh while doing it, my God, we are doing it. You know, because the power is within. The power is within you. The power is within me. We just gotta want it just a little bit more. And I think when you try at something and you go hard, sometimes you gotta dig deep. And when you dig deep, you dig where no one else has ever dug before. Usually when I don't have anything to say, I hit them with the yeah. Yeah, you know that. Oh my god, that was so much fun. That was so funny. That was so funny. I don't know. If you can make yourself laugh, look, I can make myself laugh. All right. If you can't make yourself laugh, you're doing it wrong. You're lifing wrong. You're just lifing wrong. All right. Let's roll something stinky. I'm looking at some calls. I bought some calls down here. If you look at the puts, okay, so let me give you what I'm thinking. Now, they don't have to not do this, okay, but those puts are heavy. Those puts are up almost 300% in some of them. Now, they don't got to go against them, but they usually rinse them. Now, they don't even got to rinse them all the way, you know, just because we just don't know where we are on the stat yet. We are rotating. We are rotating. So, I mean, that rotation could be down, but we don't know. This was PPI. Maybe I should look for some news. I'll look for some news shortly. Just give me a moment. If anyone has any news, please just, you know, push it forward, please. Just push it on right on forward. Mm. Mm. All right, now we're starting to look kind of worried. I think I like this. We're going to keep this set up. $9.55. $9.55. What could that mean? Simba. Hold on, let me scream his name. If you don't get your feline self up here. Oh, yeah. I think I see the structure. I think I see the structure. Yeah. I think we fade. We're gonna probably fade. It's looking like a fade, a big fade. It's really that. That's the weight right there. You want to watch that weight. It's cool. We can make that up. It just has to break. I think it was doing that thing that it does. These are good. These are really good. These are really good contracts right there. So if it's anything, those are going to pop. Those are really nice. And then let's, no, it's those. It's those for that. All right, so we have, you see, but look at what we're looking at. We're just going lower. We're just going lower. All right, so the puts really aren't moving too much, and we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. That's one thing we don't want to do, because this thing is going to whipsaw. It's feigning. Mm. These guys are professionals, man. Well, it's just you gotta just wait. You gotta just wait. I know what I'm gonna do. Because it has to do something. I'm picking up a low beta spread. Boom, boom. And then I'm gonna have these deltas in the middle. I mean, the big guys in the middle. I like that. So what is that? Like a, what's the name for it? I don't really know names of a lot of plays because there's all types of names and everything. All right. No, we don't want that. Um, wow, I would have been done so much better with those. Actually, I think we're starting to eat into the gap. Yeah, we're getting into that gap. We're eating into that gap. Wow, those almost doubled. Wow. Wow. I should be doing way better than what I am doing right now. All right, they played with it for a long time. Now the crazy thing is they can bring this up a little bit to just take it right back down. All right, we're good. We're really good, actually. We ran into like a minor hiccup, of course, trying to find the direction. But once the direction broke and we got into it after all this junk, this was just all junk. All junk. But we've seen the imbalance, though. We're looking at the contracts dead in the face. Like, what are we, like, what are you doing? Oh wow, this whole time I'm just looking at the contracts and everything. Okay, nice, real nice. We in there, baby. We are in there, baby. There's certain things that we're looking for that I'm looking for. I'm looking for certain things to happen right now. So, like I said, they can bring this right back down. That's a big gap. That's a huge gap to fill. That's a tough pill to swallow. I'll tell you that. That's a big pill to swallow. That's 1015. They're saying look for the crazy change up. That's what that 1015 alarm is. It's an eyes up alarm. Eyes up. Eyes up. Where we are. Look at where we are in the stack. Where are we in the time of day? You know, all that stuff matters. Believe it or not. All right, they got me there. Not gonna lie, they got me there. I didn't sell those calls fast enough. Those calls were really good calls too. You know, when you get it to a certain amount of profit, you know, you just gotta, you know, everything isn't going to run like hell, you know, but every day we take a bite of the well. You're not going to eat the well all at once. You're not going to make all your money. You're not going to make all this crazy money at one time. Just every day, trade the best you can with your account every day. That feels real, baby. You know, I'm an 80s baby. Maybe that's why I like the montage. This is like montage music right here. This is like we're at the gym. We're making disgusting smoothies. We're like sweating like hell lifting weights, but there's like girls next to us with like heavier weights not sweating. And I have like a headband on and everything. Mm. Look at this whipsaw action. That was a really good contract right there. I'm gonna probably. So I guess we don't want to sell yet because we're not on the top of that range, but this is theta. So that's 40%. We're not going to get mad at a 40%. We are not going to get mad at a 40% trade. I think I have to lock everything in a little bit closer to the chest. I've let a couple things slip away from me, and I don't want that slippage. I am not about that life. Once we find a channel, we're gonna beat that channel down. Once we find the proper channel, it's over. It's just gonna be a series of contracts that we're just gonna be bouncing between. It's that easy. And once we find them, I mean, they also gotta hit them too. But even then, if they put us in the range, stick us in the range. You see, this isn't even a breakout. We didn't even really like break out anywhere. You know, we have reasons to go both ways. We have reasons to go up. We have reasons to go down. Bro, I sing this song all the time. I named it Addicted to Love. That bass. Dude, I sing this song all freaking day. Just all day. I hum it all the time. Simba! Hey, buddy. Come on, buddy. I missed you. I missed you so much, Simba. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything that happened, buddy. I know it's sad. And he was crying too. And it was a little stretch like I didn't see him. Really didn't go over there. And he's probably mad at me too. I can see he's upset. Let me see if I can get him in here. Hey, Simba. Simba. Hey, buddy. I know. This is all so weird. And this is all so different. I know, man. Good boy. You're a good boy. You're a really good boy. You want to come sit up with me? Come on. Come on, big guy. Come on. Come sit up with me. Let's look at the charts. Let's look at the charts together. Come on, let's look at the charts. Let's look at the charts together. You want to put the headset on? You want to say hi to everybody? You want to give him a meow? You want to give him a meow? Say meow. Say hi. All right, well, we have Simba. Simba's on our lap now. So we have our kitty Witty. He's good. He's a good boy. You are a good boy. I'm sorry. Everything's gonna be okay. I took him outside. He's looking around. I think he's seen outside for like the first time. It could have been a couple times because I think he tried going to Josie's house or Melissa's house. I don't know. Or this could just be his first time out, period. He's seen outside. He's seen the snow. You've seen a tree. Yeah, it's way different in this joint, isn't it? Yeah. I'm sorry, buddy. Life be lifing sometimes. Life be lifing. It's okay, buddy. We can stay like this as long as you need, man. I know it's been a long couple weeks for us both. Emotionally, mentally. I know you're physically exhausted, buddy. Such a good boy. Are you allowed to tell cats they're good boys? You are a good boy. You are a good kitty witty. Good kitty witty. Such a good boy. I'm gonna get you washed up. Get you a nice collar. Take you to the vet. Get you all groomed up, buddy. Get you a nice collar with your name on it. I think you'll like that. I think you'll like that. This is a big house. You got a lot of running room. At least you got that going for you, man. Go with the gaps that don't fill immediately. I think today is just going to be a big day of patience. I have to be patient with you, Simba. You know, I have to understand that things in your little life has changed so much. I think sometimes people have to understand that they have to get out of their bubble. You know, you can't speak. You can just give me your emotion. And I know how you feel, man. If I put you down, would you walk around a little bit? You're looking around a lot. We're gonna probably get you a buddy. We're gonna get you. We're gonna get another boy cat. We're gonna get you a little cousin, so you're not alone. This is just the two of us in this big old scary house. Big old scary. You can't go in the basement. You can go on the third floor. You got the second floor, the first floor. Yeah. Yeah. You got so much running space. So many windows. Yeah, like that window. That's a window. You're learning. You see? Yeah, guys, the market isn't moving. I'm looking at these contracts. I'm holding these contracts, and like the calls like really aren't throwing much. We are in a range. It looks like. Looks like they don't really want to break it out to either side, but we still did gap down, and we are in a gap down formation, so we can break out like at any moment. And anyway, it's looking more up than down, but like we don't know. Just remember, we get paid from price, not volume. So, volume is just a measuring instrument. Oh, cool. We're both sad, man. Yeah, he feels so much better. So when he got in downstairs, he just sat down and just, well, he ran in the room, in the living room. Good boy. Yeah. It's like that. He's so weird. He likes to like look at me. This cat likes to literally walk up to my face, like when I'm just sitting, and he likes to just stare me in the face, like nothing intimidating. Just stare at me, and I give him some loves and everything, and his little body start purring real heavy and everything, and but he likes to look. Boy, look me straight in the face all the time, dead in the eyes. Like we're looking in each other's eyes. Like if you got something to say, bro, like say it. Like I won't tell nobody. Stay between us, I promise. All right, we are hitting a zone area right now. Um, I don't know if those are actually it. I think these would probably be a little bit better to play today. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. These are probably a little bit better. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, these are better. These are better. We're gonna get these. There's a theory that I am um, kind of shopping when it comes to that play. Is that a double top? Such a good boy, such a sweet kitty, Woody. Good boy. Let's make some money. So I guess if they're going to chop it, they would probably definitely be the better. Look at these are just a lot too. Very expensive. These puts are very expensive. I'm sorry, guys, but this cat is really important. Really important to me. I think I can give him some time right now, so in the future he'll be better. You know what? Usually by this time, he would be in full play mode, and he would be like biting at me and playing, you know, all this mushy stuff. We only get a little bit of the mushy stuff, you know. When he sees me, he's mushy, and then after a while, he want to play. He's not in play mode right now. I think he's in mourning. I'm so sorry to be talking about this. To be talking about this on the stream. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry, guys. We are here to make money. I'm sorry. Every bit of sound he's like jumping up to. I'm trying not to make too many sounds or movements. It's okay. right, buddy. We see some moves. Slingshot, engage. You're such a good boy. You're such a good boy. You can't drink this, silly. Ooh, Simba. We can do storylines together. Oh, we're gonna go on so many adventures. Oh, bro, we're gonna have so much fun, Simba. Oh, guys, he jumped out my lap. He's moving around. Let's go. He's sniffing and everything. Yeah, sniff around, buddy. Anytime you want, you can jump right back up on the lap, okay? You can stay here as long as you need. Come on, come back up if you're scared. Come on. Oh my God, my robe is, ugh. Am I going to turn into that guy? I'm going to probably turn into that guy. That cat guy. I'm judging everyone on how my cat responds to you. And chicks too. If you don't like my cat don't like you, shorty, you gotta go. You really gotta go. I really don't even want to hear anything you got to say. Like, for real. You can really, please keep your clothes on. Please. There is nothing, ma'am, that you can say to me right now. Put that tail down. Put that tail down. You don't have to walk around with a bushy tail, buddy. No one's here to challenge you. These are your hunting grounds. There's no reason to say that this can't reverse, by the way. What's up? What's up, buddy? Did you say something? Did he say something? You want to come back up? Oh, there you go. Yeah, walk around some. Yeah, my man. Hey, buddy. Oh my God. So this is what they're doing. All right, so we're gonna do that. Okay. I understand. I understand what's going on, and we are going to follow suit. We're gonna walk before we run. Okay, that's it right there. There's some other data points that I am looking for. I'm trying to make sense of that. I'm trying to make a connection to. So there's a few things that I'm looking at. right, 11:55. We're going to see if they give us a little bit of a structure. Let's look for that now, actually. I think now is a great time to look for that. This is first pop. All right, this is first pop right here. That's first pop, and we hit above that range, if that is a range. We can draw a line here because we do have a double bottom here. Double bottom is usually bearish, but we are on there we go. So expensive. We need something that has like good IV. So those aren't moving. So we're gonna have to hit the top of that structure to actually move. So maybe from here we're going to see where action is actually going to take place at. If this is a range, this is the top of that range. It's looking kind of bearish. I guess bullish. We're higher than open. That's the gap fill up top. That's 688 gap fill. Oh, there we go, right there. I like that. I like this a lot. This is nice. Simba. Simba. Where you at, buddy? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. All right, so cat hair. Cat hair is a thing I'm gonna have to like. Oh, I have a lint roller right there. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We have a lint roller. So this seems to be like the top of the box. All right, looks like we're hitting it some more. You know, we're just trying to find the range, find where we are, and attack it. That's all. You know, they're going to stall it. They're going to hit it when they're going to hit it. You know, in between that, there's some plays that we can make. There's some money that we can make. We can hold that. Those other guys. Let's look at this. All right, up we go. Mm-mm. Okay. 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 That's how we're gonna do it. That's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna chintz it. We're gonna just chisel, chisel, chisel. Um. Now we can let that go. All right, we are. It's looking like a breakout. These are a quarter. So we actually hit the bottom of that range. So I think if we're gonna play these higher beta plays, I think we can. Those are just so expendable. Not really. You know, we're getting better movement for these. Where are we? That's dropping. We're going wherever NVIDIA takes us. We are going wherever NVIDIA is going to take us. I really hate to keep doing this. Okay. So it's probably the quarters. Okay. All right. So something like this would probably be really good. All right. Should I move my lines? No. No. Because we also still got this. 681. And 681 put. Ooh, yep. Yep. Oh, that's what's going on. Okay. I should have got those other guys. Knew I should have got those other guys. Okay, it took me a little while to understand what's going on because there's a couple layers when it comes to trading. Hold on, let me check on something. Where are you, big guy? Are you underneath the bed? Are you underneath the bed? am I doing? I'm sorry. I'm back. I'm just looking at the charts right now, and I'm worrying about Simba, and I'm thinking about my next move. There's a lot going on. I wanted to do something for him. So he knows he has his food and his water right there for him. Alright, I gotta make the place more cat friendly. Because I don't want the little guy getting hurt. This breakout is going to be nasty. Alright, so we're in. Oh, this is the highest in this. Wait, no, why isn't this? Oh, 86. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, it's a big jump. Oh, it's all the way up there. Alright, we got a rejection. That is a rejection at the look. Addicted to love. I don't know why. Is this the? I don't think this has anything to do with the song. Alright, so I should just definitely 100% keep those. It's all right. We're going to get better with our entries. You know, we might rinse in and out sometimes. But, you know, now we know we don't have to do that because now we know where we are in this stack. So if you buy a call here up top and a put, you know, well, it's just different strategies, different things you are looking for that you can do. This sucks because how many did we got? That's cool. Let's get this play to play, and then we can go from there. So that is too low. That's too low. We need a higher. That's too low. So it would be this one. I guess this would probably be the corresponding one to that. Let's open it first. All right. All right, so that's how we should. Well, no. What we should do is exactly what we're doing. But look at this. We're stair stepping. We are getting higher lows. We went from equal lows that I thought was bearish, and then I was thinking where we are in the stack. You know, like look at where we are. So it's hard to be, you know, even coming from this point after we went down. We did go down, then we came back up. You know, but now we're getting some lower highs. I'm sorry, higher lows. Boom, boom, boom. Those three. You know, this is our lowest point, and then we got higher. And then this is when I decided to I put the first line here at the first pop, at the highest on the stack, pop, boom. And then once we got that second low, I figured connect the dots, run it by. Now we have our box built. Now this is going to let us know what, where, when with contracts. You know, this is giving you a play-by-play pretty much right here. Look at that drop. All right, so it's saying we should be looking bullish from the chart. From the chart in the box, at least from the box from the chart. From the box that I built from the chart, I would have to say bullish. Simba. All right. All right, I'm thinking of something right now. I'm thinking of a master plan. And right now, no real breakout at all. They're giving crumbs. I'm hungry. Don't give me crumbs. I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm sincerely sorry. Man, I was up late last night. All right, look at this. Is this another rejection? No, I like those. I like all of those. Maybe not those so much, but what about this high theta plunge protection. That's a high beta plunge protection. That could be kind of nice. And it's a whole structure that you would have to fall out of. There's a whole structure you got to fall out of. Now, this is the top of... All right, well, what we're not going to do is keep moving the chains. If we're right, we're right. We're wrong, we're wrong. But let's have something to be right and wrong over. Let's see where we're going to draw this next line, because these two are different than these two. They're in two different places. It doesn't seem like it, but they're in two different places. And two different things happened. That one's slightly higher too. That's a whole nother structure. That's a third structure. That's the beginning of a third. These guys have a doctor in today. They have a freaking surgeon in today. Who's this guy? Bulls will be liquidated very soon. This day has always been red. Yeah, I mean, technically, it's still red, technically. Are you talking about after NVIDIA earnings? Is that what you're referring to? Whoa, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Are they finally going to give us some money? Are you going to finally pay us out? Are you cucking us right now? You cucking us right now? Are you cucking me, boy? You cooking me, boy? Those were... Man. You know you want to break out. Just break out. Fine. That's not bad. Mm. Right back to the outer top edge of the box. Now, we've spent a lot of time in this zone, in this area, on this top end. We almost even, because look, that's a little bit bigger. That one's that one. Because the question is not if, but when. It's not if, but when. Right back down to that box. I think we wait. It's looking, but I mean, they can always rug pull it, but you can't just be straddling and being scared. You gotta have some type of conviction. And off the charts, it is saying bullish. I wouldn't even short the bottoms. I wouldn't short the tops. I think I want to buy the bottoms. Playing with the line, dancing on it, dancing on my grave. That's it. That's the turn. That's the turn. They were just wrenching these contracts. That's all they were doing. They were just wrenching them. This is much cleaner. We're back in the middle of the range. The theta's picking up. This action has been so tight on like both sides. You have to be so freaking careful. It looks like we're in. Oh no, because look. Oh. Wow, I love trading so much. I really do. I love it so much. And then when you actually know what you do, like there's gonna be levels to it and everything, And of course, I'm not even at the highest levels and everything. But you guys have an idea of what I can do, so you can only imagine, of the different just knowledge gaps, between all of the levels. And I wish I knew what the levels were, so I can know, on my little small scale in my world, where I am, in terms of, I guess, different metrics that I want to look at. um the money matters, not necessarily the money, but being right matters, because this, we're trading, so you get paid for being right, and we've been right a lot, but it depends on how wrong are you, like, what the fuck. Are you 80% wrong or 15% wrong, 10% wrong? There's a difference. Mm, this is another one to study here. I'm definitely, yesterday's chart, it was a picture perfect chart to study. Picture perfect chart to study. So many technicals on that chart. Boy. Excuse me. $30. I would have been kind of mad if I would have bought 30 of those just now. Especially if you would have seen that price on those things. Oh my God, that movement though. Oh, I wonder if I actually fat fingered. Let me look at how many contracts I fucking got. Let me just make sure I'm not romanticizing. Okay. My God, I would die if I would have fat fingered that. Now look at what they're doing. What is this? Was that a stop? That could have been a stop raid. That could have been a stop raid. If it was a stop raid, they would have ran it lower. It would run lower immediately. Yeah, I would have been pissed. Yeah, I would have been pissed. They brought us right back to the top of the box. You have 5685 puts. $685s. You don't got no 50 fucking 685 puts. You know how much that is? If I bought 50, that would be over 5K. That's 5,500. I can buy 50. trying to see how cheap this contract get. We don't know if we're going to get back there. $48. So these doubled already. Those 687 calls doubled. The 688 calls doubled. And if you had those 685 puts, they didn't get hurt too bad. They got hurt a little bit. And they're still looking nice. Maybe you got like 5 of them. I don't know. You said you made $3,000 yesterday. Oh, at the top of the range. You got them up here. If you got the 685s up there, how much were they? You could have got them at 90, and they top ticked at 160. Okay, 90 times 50 is a lot different. $4,500. Yeah, I mean that's only $1,500 more than what you made yesterday. Yeah, that's definitely doable. And they're still up. You're up. You got them at 90. They're up 28 points. I will admit today is quite annoying. Today is quite annoying because if you leave that range of the contract, it's tough to hold it. Look at the ranges that we're rotating in, that we're hitting in. You know, we were hitting higher highs for a little bit, higher lows for a little bit, and then it rinsed all. Look, this killed all those. Look, this was bullish, right? What changed the sentiment? This changed the sentiment. This changed the sentiment. What happened? That happened. That changed everything. That absolutely changed everything. Because I was bullish going into the day. And then we got some chop, but I was still kind of bullish. We drew the line. Okay, we're still looking kind of bullish. Okay. This looks like they're going to rent, so then we can run higher. I bet we run higher, but then rejection. Boom, we blow past the line, rejection. Again, through rejection. Higher, you see, higher highs, very, very bullish. And then bam, slam. Slam. What is this? Slam. Ha! Got you again. No, I got you. No, I got you. What? Fall back today. Today is a one contract at a time day. Maybe pick your poison. We are on the top end of the range, but they are chopping it up. Maybe we are bullish, but they're chopping up the bullies. Wow. Let's see. You know, and watching these charts it's so entertaining. It is very, very extremely entertaining. I'm entertained, at least. You know, because I'm watching and it's just interesting. Like, you know, I know there's some people out there that understand what I'm talking about. You know, and then once you get better with trading, you know, these charts are just going to start looking, just going to just look different. Are you rejecting the upside or are you rejecting the bottom side? This is the relevant line. We have time. Let's not be lazy. No reason to be lazy. Oh my God. All right. So we can. Hmm. Mm. What were they? I think they were 119. Oh, they're 105 now. I mean, you're still up technically. You're still up because you got them for 45. If you sold them, you made 750. That's not bad. What's 4,500 divided by 750? Uh, 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 uh. I did it wrong. But look at that. Look at that. Man. What are you doing, NVIDIA? NVIDIA nowhere near that gap. I love the electronics so much. All right, we don't have to see the gap. Yeah, they are playing mega games. See, I don't even want to sell these because. All right, well, maybe now we can probably start getting rid of them. What time is it? It is 12:06. 12:06. Simba. Everything you see. That's the breakout. We're breaking out. I missed that run. Oh, that was a nice run. That was a really nice run. All right, let's see what this does. Yeah, that was really nice, actually. 86, 86.29 is the high. 86.29. It's 12 o'clock. 86.29. those 85s are underwater now. But you got out of those a long time ago if you were in those. This looks like the top of the range again. We're going to go into this rather small. We're going to take our time. We're going to understand how to play this a little bit better. A lot better, especially with this range and this type of range. You know, we want to understand the environment we are in. So then we can play by their rules. That's all we're doing is playing by their rules. All right, so this is actually a structure in here. And I think if we want any real downside pressure, we definitely would have to break, of course, this first and then that second. And then this, no, that's not lowest in that point. But yeah, if you're looking for anything meaningful downside, that's what we're looking for. And just like that, I was, dude. Wow. Well, I got here. It just took a little bit longer. It took a little bit longer. So now we're looking follow through. So this is the first zone. We're looking to break that second zone. If we break that second zone, all right, hit it like you mean it. All right, we're gonna get rid of this so we can focus other places. That one was really good. That was 60% there. Right there. No heavy multiplier. A multiplier, but nothing heavy. These are a couple other heavier multipliers over here. And these are the all right. So this is looking clean. We're through that first zone. Second zone, 684.57. That's what we're looking to beat right now. 684.57, baby. 684.57. Let's get some cheer in this joint. We've been dead all morning. We've been dead all morning. We can break that zone. We haven't done any montages. We haven't done any stories. We haven't done any scene. We've oh, you know what? Honestly, I've really just been focusing on Simba the cat, actually. So yeah. So actually, yeah. But we're still here. Holy sheesh. Okay. Okay. All right. That was quick. They were really good contracts. Here we go. Here we go. Now this is what I'm used to. I'm not used to that other stuff. That other stuff. I mean, we were making nickels and dimes. We were nickel and diming back there, and okay, there we go. We have a new low in the structure, not the day, but in this structure. That's why that moved up like that, and we still are heavily weighted with multipliers, so we are good. We are good. Ooh, really good, baby. Really good, baby. We really good, baby. And that's why you want to attack the ups and downs in the different structures. And this is why we find that range. So after all this, I get here. That's the nut right there. Boom. Because I found the range. You could have made money here. Richard had made money here. I didn't make that much money there. I think he hit that nut. So he hit his nut. I hit my nut just a little bit later. I hit my nut just a little bit later. But nut received. Nut received. All right, and that is money in the bank right there. I think we have maybe like one straggler, maybe. Yeah, we have one straggler. Yeah, and we sold them all at 150+% each. So, you know, and we have this runner, so we're good. Yeah, and this is what I call range bound trading. You know, this is how you find, you know, the range. We draw our lines, you know, we follow it. You know, if you think it's going to go up, you buy puts on the low end of calls on the low end of the range, sell it at the high. When we get to the highest points, if you think we're going to go down, you buy your puts at the top. And then as we go down, you know, sell them off, you know, add them, you know, add on and everything, you know, right here. Sheesh, I sold my stuff like early. But you can't argue with profit. Don't be mad about profit. And if I'm really feeling like that, I can pick up 3 of these joints real quick, and then we can rock. And then we can just continue to rock. You know, but yeah. All right, we got it. I think we can have fun now. Oh, we made enough money. We still have some liquidity. We still have some fun tokens. We still have some tokens. Play around with some fun tokens, some more fun tokens. This is the structure I care about right here. This is the structure I care about. Wow. I sold them way too early. I sold everything way too early. The only redeeming factor that I have right now is that I opened some more contract, especially before that big jump right there. You see, after all that junk, all that stuff in the junk area, I sold too early because it's like, damn, I don't want to get junked out again. Look at those green. Look at that. Look, they're fucking up all that money. All those big green fucking joints, that's fucking up bread, bro. Do you know how much bread that you know what that did to these? That was a whole 50% fib right there, maybe even more. That's look like 55, 60% fib move right there. It's fucking ridiculous, bro. You know, look, killed this whole move. Boom. Killed that whole move. That's why that's a double top. That's why that's bearish. Bearish. You know, it's looking bullish, but I think they were just rinsing the puts so then they can run them again. They got to rinse to run them. They got to rinse to run them. Remember that. Wow, I'm way late. I am way late. I should have been hit my comma. You see? Now we're on the bottom. Look, we ate that whole range up. Look at that. Look at that. Now, if you don't know how to draw the box, then you won't understand that movement. We're going to do a lot of selling right now because we are hitting some crazy numbers. And even if this is precipitous, remember, pigs get slaughtered. Pigs get slaughtered. Don't get slaughtered out here. Pigs get slaughtered. Don't turn a good move bad. Don't make an awesome play good. You know, there's so many ways you can fuck it up. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck up the money. Pay yourself. Everything's not going to keep going all the time. Pay yourself. You did a good job on the trade. You did a good job on the play. Pay yourself. You earned it. You did that. You did that. Remember that. Remember, always pay yourself. Remember to pay yourself. That was an awesome play. Awesome play. Awesome play right there. Let's go, baby. That was nice. We do this every day, man. Every day. You just got to be patient. Do your homework. Pay attention. That's all you got to do. I know that's a lot. I just all you got to do if you take this pill, if you take this pill, it's just a little bit of side effects, okay? You can go possibility you can go blind, you can maybe lose a toe, all right? You can probably go sterile, all right? There's a good chance your tonsils might regrow and then you swallow them, all right? But don't worry, okay? That headache will go away. What you say? Another easy short, easy money? I know, it's easy money. It's really easy money. I know. It's easy money. I mean, you have to be patient. Look, you're going to look, if you're saying you didn't get cut up back there, you're a liar. I'm just going to call you a fat liar. You know, and there's no reason to lie. We're all grown. This is our money. This is your own money. You're not borrowing nothing from, you know, from me. You don't got to lie to me. I'm not borrowing nothing from you. I don't got to lie to you. You dig? That's crazy. That was an awesome play. Awesome play. Awesome play. Awesome play. Good job. Good job. It sounded like you hit it too, Rich. Good job. Good job. Good job. What was that? Good job. Oh, I think it was these socks contracts, maybe. Something happened at like 9 o'clock, 9:01. Make my account like spike. Like spike, spike. Easy short. My man said easy short. Too easy. Too easy. We got everything right here. Right here for you. All right, we still have some liquidity. I took some money out the other day with freaking Robinhood, and it came like a lot faster than what I thought it was, especially for the amount. I'm like, sheesh, that was quick. And I think last time I did it with something lower, and it was rather quick. I was impressed. I was like, sheesh, these boys are quick with it. Like, yeah, you gonna put more in? You gonna put more? Okay. Oh no, well that's me taking it out, so that's why it was quick. Yeah. Well. I don't have any calls on the way up. I don't have any calls for the way up. I'm gonna keep those. What are these calls looking like? Is that the? You can easily go at the money. Mm, That's no. Well, good beta, just a little bit too expensive. Uh, I think these will probably be a little better. Mm, these aren't bad. What was our high of day? 86.29. Where was that? That was here. Oh wow. Okay, no. Okay, that wasn't from there. What became bam. 86.29. Alright, so So let's just start. All right. All right, this is a new stack. Maybe this is just a whole new range now, whole new channel. It's 12:30. This was 11:35. So this is older theta right here. This is new theta. And right there at new fucking theta. New fucking theta. New as in I break the day into thirds. First, second, third. The first third, now this is relating to options contracts. Option contracts, they have a metric on them called theta, and that's decay, theta decay, aka theta decay. And when it comes to contracts, they have a time release on them. And that time release is related to two things: expiration date and stock price, in strike price. I'm sorry, and where you are in relation to that strike price. With said contract on either way. So there's a lot of ways to really look at it and measure it. Look at that. Look at that. All right, so when we read, we read from the left to the right, right? So let's see what's over here so we can figure out, are we looking to snag anything down here? What are we grabbing? This is 29, 683. That was open. So we went back to open, essentially. So that was open. So this can be a new range, like a new range in the channel, something like that. I don't fucking know, man. Help me out. I'm trying to figure this shit out just like you, man. First we were bullish, then we were bearish. And we're just bearish because, look, the bearishness is coming from the tops. Okay? For a while, we were hitting some higher highs and we were hitting some higher lows. Look at that. Look at that. That's all technical. Pop, pop, bottom, bottom, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. Top of the stack. Rejection. Bam. Okay. This was looking bullish with a bearish undertone. Undertone hits. Bam. We get slammed. Now the undertone hit. Okay. And then remember this? I was like, what the what? That's when I start buying some more puts. That's when I start buying. I'm like, what? And then it didn't beat this right here. Not one time. Look at that. And that's when I shorted. I started buying my shorts about here, and then we ran it, and then boom, and then we got our nutter butter. Now here, it's hard to look bullish, but maybe that could be the point, but we're going to see where we break out around these points right here. I don't think they were this price a little bit ago. No, they weren't. They went up a good amount. They went up a really good amount, actually. I think this is a good price for these cons. Those guys, we can keep those guys right there. They can sit there for a little while. They can sit there. I think I. Number 42. Let's see what kind of range they are in actually. It's all about the range. All about the range. That is a lick. That is a lick to be luck. That is a lick to be luck. What is that number actually? Okay. Okay, that's not terrible. We wait. One o'clock can be kind of detrimental. All right, I think we have a structure change. This looks like a structure change. I think this is a watch out below scenario. 681.65. This could be a look below. After 680, 675. This is a double low right here, double bottom. And this is 2.5. So it's within the same month. So that's double bottom. That's easy double bottom right there. That's kind of bearish on SPY. Another bottom. Between these bottoms, have we seen any tops? Have we top ticked at all? 98. All right, we have one top tick. We visit it. Yeah, that's the range that we're in. That's the range that we are in. But 75 below, 98 up top. Right, yeah. 98 up top. So 98 would be what, 14? 75 down low would be 10 below. $15 above, 10 below. That's a couple percent higher than lower. It's easy to get down there. Simba! I love you, kitty. I hope you know that. You give me so much inspiration to do better, to house and feed all of the cats in the neighborhood. Instead of cat lady, I'm going to be the cat man. As I walk outside, I'm surrounded by feline furballs, and we're happy. They're all looking at me, and I'm looking at them. But Simba, you can't come outside. So Simba's looking outside, and he's happy. You know, he's living in luxury on the inside. And I'm sorry, Simba, but this story somehow has me outside running with other cats while you are in the house looking at me. Oh my God. Simba, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Simba. But this weather is beautiful, buddy. And when we sit outside on the patio, I'm gonna have you on a leash, and you know, I'm gonna give you some fresh air, buddy. But you can't mingle with those outside cats, though. No, you can't mingle with them. Okay, you're an inside cat. You're an outside cat, you know. You're not gonna be coming up here, all these little kittens, all these little baby, everybody looking at me for food. Don't be doing that. You're not having that, Simba. You're not gonna be dropping those all around the neighborhood, Simba. I don't think I'm gonna get you neutered. All right, I'd be kind of bad if someone. Oh my God, I wish I would have seen that. I'm looking at these contracts and I'm like, why didn't I buy more? Wow, 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 wow. Why didn't I buy more? I had every opportunity. You see, I was in story mode. I was in story mode. You guys got to break me out of story mode, all right? Because when I get into story mode, like I get into story mode. You know, I'm like acting out the scene. You know, I'm good. I'm getting a camera soon, so you're gonna see like how animated I am. Like I am so animated. I have so much energy. Do you remember when Captain America was fighting himself and and I think the elevator or something, and he said, I can do this all day. And he said, I know. Yeah, I have so much energy. You know, but sometimes that's a lot that it seems to be off putting to a lot of people. Well, not really, but um I'm just hyper. I like to talk. I like to talk to people. Um yeah, I can stay focused on what I'm doing, and I do. You know, and I laugh. I have a loud laugh. I have a really loud laugh. But if something's funny, you know, I want to laugh. And if you're allowed to laugh, then why can't you laugh? I like to laugh. I like to live. I want to be normal. I want to be treated normal. I'm sorry I have a smile on my face. I'm sorry you see all of my teeth. And they're white. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for shaking your hand. I'm sorry. I I'm sorry for being so nice. You know what? Honestly, like, I try because, like, I don't know. I tried. Like, there's times, of course, like everyone is nice all the time, you know. Like, and there's moments, you know, people can definitely, you know, people. There's moments when you have every right to be mad, and to be upset. What you do is definitely um a part of the recipe of what happens next, but you can still, it's okay to be angry and upset about something, especially if you're validated. Yeah, I like to see that number. It's a nice number. I like numbers. Numbers in my favor, especially. Now we're on the bottom of the range. It's hard to open up new shorts down here because it's like now you're hoping that it's going to fall through a level. You know, that's getting ahead of it. It's not wrong with getting ahead of it, especially if you're watching it. You have a really tight stop loss on it. But it doesn't feel comfortable, and that's the point of my trading. We want the best entries. We want a good entry so we can make the best money, you know? And when it comes to range bound trading, when the market isn't, or whatever you're trading is in a range, if you find that range, then you can trade that range. Remember, learn the rules of the game you're playing. These lines are the rules. They're not telling you the rules. You got to figure them out. The rules didn't come in the box. Okay? The rules didn't come in the box. So you have to, and that's what people's strategy and philosophy, that's when all that stuff come into play. Because you have to have a strong philosophy, especially on money and trading, risk, variance, and that's going to make you a stronger trader. I have a poker background. So, my skin is a little bit thicker than a lot of other people out there. If you're a trader, then you have the skin. Look at this move. Look at this move. This move was crazy because we hit a double top, pop, pop, bang. I think this is gonna tell us our next move. Right here. Now, at one point, there's going to be a point within like the next hour, 2 hours. It's going to look like it's going to look bearish, and then they're going to flip it. We got to see how these stops. These green candles matter. These green candles matter. They're telling you about structure. I mean, strength. Strength. I think some things have a. I think things can have more than one metric. All right, we're coming back up on the VIX. That's bearish. Let's take a look at the SOX. The SOX. This is a good indicator too. This is a good indicator too. Yeah, that was that. It's 12:52. There they go. Killing the puts. There we go. They did it sooner. Let's see how vicious this would be. There's a range. Six. That's what you gotta look out for right there. That's exactly what you gotta look out for. But let's see what this is. Let's see what this means. Because so far in these cons, I'm not really seeing too much. They're not dying. They're down a little bit, but they're not dying. They were in single digit. That would back down single. That beat is hot. 12.55. Yeah, they're doing it. All right, we're going to start unloading. We don't want to get hammered. All right, let's go back to the box. All right, let's pay close attention about what's going on. This music is too somber. All right, Spy, what are you going to do, buddy? SPY running. You know they wilding out for this. Oh, what you gonna order? Fry my chicken wings hard, boy. What do you mean? Wings and French fries. The wing and French fries meal, please. No, thank you. No, I'm good on drinks. I'm looking at this structure here. All right, so we have higher lows. I'm sorry, lower highs. You see, this is the high. This is a high, but it's lower than that one. This is a high, but it's lower than that one. So I guess this is going to be an important structure here. If they break this, then they're going to probably break structure, run the calls. If not, we're going to waterfall down. So this is the area in range 684, 62. Yeah, we can say 62. What's this? This is 54, 56. We can say 62 because of this up here. Which is 685. No, 685. If this don't breach that 685 zone, then we can. There's a good chance that we're gonna drop. If we do break this structure, you know, that means this is broken and we're looking to go into this zone. Then we can look for upside pressure to go to the upside of the box. Right now we are in the lower end of the box. We breached it. We came down here, we brushed it, we consolidated on the line. Look at this, at the double bottom line, top, pop, pop, pop. Remember that line? We bring it over more, and look, it hits all this. You see, all that stuff is relevant. These lines are relevant. These lines are so relevant. You have to learn how to use the lines, you know, and once you learn how to use the lines, I think, you know, that's when your trading is just going to just, you know, and get out of the gimmicky stuff. People start talking about volume and I don't know, a bunch of ancillary shit that doesn't get you to the bag. You know, it's just distracting you from what you should be focusing on. So, you know, so that's why it's so important to be careful who you listen to, who you watch, who you putting all your time into, because you're going to adopt things from them. You know, at least when you watch me, you're going to adopt good habits. You know, I'm not going to tell you too many of the bad habits because I don't want you to get those bad habits. If you have any bad habits, you can talk, you know, tell me them, then I can help you, you know, curve them and ultimately get rid of them. But I still have bad habits, you know, but my weakness could be your strength and your strength can be my weakness. So, you know, and that's the power of just conversation, because even outside of trading, you don't know who someone is, you know, outside of the realm that you know them in. You know, they can be a juggernaut, you know, in a realm that you are in outside of the realm that you know them in, you know. So that's why I like to talk to people. I like to talk to people. I like to learn about people. You know, I like to listen. I like to talk, but I also like to listen. You know, and that's important. That's just as important, if not more important. I would say listening is more important because you have two ears. If God wanted you to talk more, he would give you more mouths, right? But he wanted you to listen more. So he gave you two ears. Use them. If this goes anywhere near what I'm projecting that is going to do in my head, it's going to be a nice payday. You see how it didn't break the high? This one right here in this series, it just mashed it. Boom, fell back off of it. I'm addicted to love. Boom, 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 boom. I'm addicted to love. Eat the rest of this freaking sandwich. Whoever the market maker is today, man, this guy is fucking good. This guy is good. He's not leaving. He's not leaving too much out there on like either side. Like things slip through if you got lucky a couple places, but man, oh man, he is keeping this thing tight, boy. And that's why I feel as though we're gonna get such a flush, a big flush, or a big move. You know, if I want to be less biased, or just to be less biased, you know, because I don't want to just influence someone. That's the one thing I want to do is just really watch my language. Okay. Hmm. So that's what a tighter range does. And then when you can do that, I just had a thought. I just had a really good thought pertaining to the range and contracts. You know, when you're in a range, all these contracts are still on the table. Hmm. That's interesting. It's very interesting. Look at that. All of them back on the table. Don't sell them. Don't sell them. Hit the range. That's when you know you can keep all those. Hmm. Wow. What a discovery. What a discovery. That's amazing. Hmm. Wow. Huh. And I knew it too. I knew it because there's days when I'm like, you know what? And I've been getting better. I've been getting better with picking them too. That's why the correct contract and the right entry is just so pivotal because it just increases your trading by just so much, like so much. Wow, that's incredible. What a find. What a find. Now I just have to find out. Wow, what a find. That was a really good find. Look at that puppy. That's very interesting. Now I have to go inside of my trade history. So I want to check my trade history because I want to check out these strikes, the strikes and the time of the strikes because those are important. Um, I want to go. So I have to do some homework. I have to do some big homework. I have to go into my my trade history because I have to look at some things. There's some really cool things in there that I really want to take a look at that I think is really going to take my trading over the top. I mean, like over the top immensely. Like I think it's going to be and it's I mean it's a thought experiment, but you know, look, man, you got to have a fucking imagination with these contracts. You got to have an imagination. If you don't have an imagination, man, you're just stuck. Same thing in life. You got to be able to fucking dream. If you don't and you can't dream, man, you're lost. You're an NPC. So that's why it's important to have powwows and think tanks. It's important to have a circle that you can discuss you know, theories and things of that nature. You know, to have game plans. One of my favorite superheroes is Batman. And the reason why it's Batman is because his utility belt, he's a problem solver. You know, he has problems for all type of issues that he can come across in his, you know, time fighting crime. You know, if he needs shark repellent, he has shark repellent. You know, if he need a pogo stick because he has a pogo over something, you know, he'll zap out like a little pogo stick and use that pogo stick, you know, to do what he has to do, you know. And that's how I like to that's my take on life, you know. Um That's 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 my take on life. And to trading, especially when it comes to trading. You got to have an imagination. You know, that's how I got the journal. I created this journal. You watch me make this journal from scratch. If this actually does what I think it's going to do, I'm not going to get greedy. I'm going to sell some on the way down, because we do have quite a few of these heavily weighted on these bad boys. But we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, and we also don't want to get caught up in the madness. We want to make our money, and if we can make some more money on the back end, we're going to do that. But we don't got to be greedy. And that's the thing about trading. We do this 5 days a week. You have 5 days a week, and you have so many opportunities throughout the day to do really well. So you don't want to, you don't have to rush. You don't got to rush to put all your money out there. Just I can help you make the process easier, but you have to put in the work. Because I'm going to talk about things, and I'm not going to have time to teach things or explain things. You can go look it up, and I definitely want you to go look it up and learn more. But for the most part, sometimes I'm going to talk about something, and it's just going to be just okay, I'm busy. So I am definitely happy that I top ticked. Okay, half the position. I'm happy. Okay. We sold a few up there. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm okay with selling them up there for that. That was nice. We have a good multiplier on these. The 679s. And they're doing really well. Simba, come on out, Simba. Come on, buddy. Come here. Come here, Simba. Come on, buddy. Come here. I'm going to put your little cat joint right down here so you can be right here. You can be right here next to me. Come on, Simba. Where you at, buddy? Where you at, buddy? I heard you. I heard you meow at me. I heard you hit me with a meow. Dude, am I fucking turning into fucking Quagmire? Dude, I'm turning into fucking Quagmire. Remember Quagmire with the cat? When he was acting all crazy with the cat, and he was, and everyone hated him because he loved the cat. He was like pushing the cat in like everyone's face, making everyone feel uncomfortable and shit. I think I'm definitely gonna be Quagmire. Aww. He's so cute. He is at the floorball. He's such a furball. Oh, cute kitty. Oh, cute kitty. All right, it's 127. I think this should be a good compromise. I think that's a happy compromise. Yeah, that's a happy compromise. I like that. What the? What the? I don't have no concern for that, actually. Actually, actually, actually. I was going to try. I was going to attempt a horrible English accent just now. I have to be back. I have to use the restroom. I gotta get some of this real out of me. Motherfucking cooks. Motherfucking cooks. Oh, that's not terrible. It's still some motherfucking cucks, though. Wow. That's so corny. That's so corny. I think we're okay. Hey! Simba! I want to see you! Simba! Where'd you go, buddy? No. No. Simba! No. You give him all the time he needs. It's we're all in mourning, buddy. We are all in mourning. Dude, there's so many freaking metrics for everything. I just thought of a new metric, actually. Patience. Patience is a freaking metric. Like, you can measure it. In the contract, it's measured by how much you can hold it while it goes against you. Oh God, that's an options trade. That's a very nerdy joke. I just made a very extremely nerdy joke. I just made, and if you laughed, you're a nerd too. Even if it was a small, you understood it because you're a fucking nerd. Honestly, congratulations. Like, you're learning. If you understood that joke, you're actually learning. And that's it. It's not even from me. That means that you're paying attention to what's going on with the contract, your contract. You're watching, you're holding in in relation to what's going on the chart and everything too. Patience is a metric to be measured. And it's through the contract. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's funny. Now that's comedy. That's comedy. Like that's like straight nerd shit. You know. That's Neil deGrasse type funny, but when it comes to options. You know how Neil is so funny when it comes to like everything in science? But when it comes to options, I probably have his ass. There's a good chance It's because Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's just not smart. He's so smart that he'll just explain to him just brush it. Give it a brush of what you're trying to say. And he'll finish your sentence and then educate you on something that you went to school for 20 years on. And correct you on some shit too. You know, like he's just so brilliant. He'll talk about like superpowers and then tell you what, you know, what that means in like real life, in real life terms. And like crazy. Fridays usually aren't this like difficult to trade. Today was difficult to trade, especially without the box. If you don't have any type of structure on the market, then you're getting fucked up. You're just getting fucked up. You know, at least we are, you know, at least we're giving ourselves good opportunity, ample opportunity, and multiple chances too. Mm. Look at that. Too bearish. Entirely too bearish. Entirely too bearish. I can't let this thing drop the way it wants to. You know how many puts are down there? No. Now there's people that follow the gamma structure. Remember yesterday? After a put heavy day, this is day 2. They do things they do things in twos. They do things in twos, believe it or not. I'm going to just watch it. Just watch it. That's fine. It doesn't hurt watching it, right? And just in case. But a lot of the moves that happens in the market happens in twos. I've been noticing a lot of big events and everything. I have a section. So I'm writing a book, a trading book, you know, and I believe it's going to be good enough and strong enough to where anybody can pick it up and trade and be profitable on any level. You know, the better you are, the more concepts and everything going to open up to you. And thesis and everything. But even if you're new, I'm going to be able to give you tools to where you can pick up the book. You have the book in front of you. You have your chart in front of you. You have your broker up. And boom. And go to work and you're profitable. That's one thing that I know how to do really well in life. I know how to explain things and, you know, teach people concepts, hard or easy concepts. I can teach people really well. Extremely well. taught hundreds of people how to deal poker. I'm not going to say play poker, but actually deal poker. I've taught and like other professions and everything I had in life. I had a drywall business, drywall and installation business when I was younger. And at one point in time, I had to hire people. You know, cousins, friends, stuff like that. But I still had to hire and teach people, you know, like what to do. You know, and paid really well too. Little old me. Yeah, that was fun. That was back in the day. I was like 20, I think I was like 22, 23. I used to install fireplaces up 309. And then they moved me to installation after a few months on some bullshit. They said, "Oh, we don't need all these crews." So now they went from 3 crews to 1 crew. And then after a couple months, all the crews come back except for me. I was like 22, 23. I'm like, bet. I got you, homie. I started talking to people about doing side jobs. Yo, I do this on the side and everything. People asking me all the time. I'm getting numbers and everything. I started doing jobs. A couple months later, I left. Started my own business. I had that joint for like maybe like 3 or 4 years. It was nice. It grew really well. But I was a young bull. I was a young bull building an empire. I remember, you see, if you're older, you see, we didn't have the internet. You know, the internet was very young. It wasn't what it is today. So, you know, a big move for me was getting into the yellow pages. I got my name and business into the yellow pages and everything. Bell Atlantic. I start getting all these calls and everything. I'm getting more jobs. My name's out there. What? Yeah, it was nice. It was really nice. It was really cool. I did jobs for some big names, personal jobs. If you're in the construction realm or real estate realm, remember Toll Brothers? Well, there were a couple of their architects or yeah, architects or their engineers or something like that. But they had big, beautiful homes. Oh my God. I worked on this one guy's house. It looked like a massive log cabin. And I was insulating his new addition. The addition was like a whole nother house. He added like a big fireplace. It was crazy. Then the second floor overlooking everything, it was awesome. You know, it took me a little bit to finish it because he also had to get some work done and get me in and out of there, inspectors and everything. But man, it was nice. I loved every second of doing that job. And one day, it was like him, his parents, his wife, and everything. I think his parents lived with him, or like they all lived together. The mom, the dad, and the guy and his wife, and I think they had a baby, and they had a huge house to fit everyone comfortably. Yeah, massive house. But anyway, I got he gave me some absinthe. I tried absinthe for the first time, and it was It was really good. He lived up in Trevos. This is like up in Trevos, but he lived in like it looked like it was just like a nook, and it looked like it was like a wooded area. We would just had a lot of trees around him and everything, and he had like a log cabin style home, so it was like really accentuated. It was nice. Yeah, it was so much fun. That was in the beginning. That was in the beginning though. Like later on, when I started doing like other jobs, bigger jobs, um, I had to get a crew. I had to get a crew. Demand was going up. People liked me. My work was good. I was always on time. I mean, look, when you're making crazy money, it's like you're going to show up. Well, no, you should always show up, especially when you sign up for it. So that's first and foremost. But things are different when that bread is right. When that bread is right, everything's different. And that's the problem with some jobs. Somebody, I seen a post on Twitter the other day saying, laughing about how a job paying $10 an hour wants you to take a drug test to pass a drug test, or like a weed test or some shit like that. It's like, bruh, if me smoking weed is scary for you when I use this machine, or I do this job and I smoked like hours ago, I didn't even smoke within like 4 or 5 hours or something. Then you need to pay more, because that means that job, whatever it is just too important, and people like to underpay. There's a lot of jobs out there underpaying people, bottlenecking, just so much. Jump through hoops. So when I had my business, I was paying really well. I made sure I was paying really well. I mean, it was also family and everything, like family and friends, but still, it was the fact that shit. I was like, yo, whenever I'm like, yo, I need somebody, shit, motherfuckers jumped. Not like jump, like my beck and call, but like they were ready because they knew I was paying. Even if I probably had to coax him a couple times. I probably had to, talk him into it and shit. Because like we were younger. Like I'm 22, 23. So like some of my cousins were like younger, but they were old enough to where it's like they were like high school and shit. Some of them just getting out of high school, just like doing other shit. So like during the summertime and everything, when I'm grinding, they don't have that. They don't need to. They didn't need to. Everyone's gonna find their own way. But when you see that train leaving the station, all right, because opportunity, man. And I think young people really need to know this. Oh my God, I sound old. Oh my God. Young people need to know that opportunity does not come frequent. That whole stay ready so you don't gotta be ready and get ready. Well, that's some real stuff right there. You should stay ready so you don't gotta get ready. You should always be ready for opportunity and open to opportunity, because you don't know where doors lead. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. I'm not saying go in that white van up the street that says work inside. I'm not saying nothing like that. And people need to learn how to take advantage in a positive way. It's like, yo, I got this opportunity right here, right now. Let me, let me use it in a positive way so I can get as much out of it as possible for as long as possible, because you don't know when the well's going to dry up. Like I took on an account a couple weeks ago. If I get a couple more accounts to manage, then I think I might have to sit back down somewhere and start doing some math. I'm not even talking about me trading. I'm just talking about me managing accounts for people. So opportunity comes, man. That's why, like, whatever you do, just like J. Cole said, people think that they can do what you do. That's why you got to do what you do the way you do it in their face, to let them know that no matter what they do, they can't do it like you. But that also shows for other people too. Because if your light is bright enough, you're gonna be seen. The right person gonna see you. They're gonna laser in, and boom, that's called opportunity, baby. So now all this time, little do you know, that's why you got to stay consistent. You got to be persistently consistent. Something like that. Because little do you know, this whole time, it was nothing but practice. That's all it was this whole time. Yeah, you were grinding. You were copping W's, but it was all practice. Practice for the next thing coming up. But anything that you practice, you should be good at. You practice something every day. And I think that's one of the points of why I made the stream. Well, there's many reasons why I made the stream. Even years ago. So people can just see that there is a track record. There is a start point. There's a beginning, the middle, and there's a current. The end, we don't know. Only thing we can do is just do our best during the beginning points. That's how you get to the middle. And then hopefully you can have a glorious, end. Every end doesn't have to be a bad end. Doesn't have to be negative. It's just the end. Like a trade. Buy low, sell high. You ended the trade in a good way. In a positive way. You made money, has to end. You can't, you can't keep every trade. That whole diamond handshake to get your head rocked. Get your head rocked. All right, guys, we're getting towards the end of the stream. Today was a rough day. My head was in the game. Opportunities were thin. we got him when we found him. You know, we got that going for us. You know, we got our eyes in front of us. We have our head screwed on tight. You know, we're hitting another realm in life. So we want to thank God and appreciate what we have. But gentlemen, ladies, just know that just like these options contracts, theta, time runs out. You know, opportunity runs out, runs thin. People lose sight of that sometimes, a lot of times. Look at that run up. My God, I got that thing at the very bottom. I think that was the bottom too. All right, let's see what happens. You see, they rinsed the puts, and that's all that is. You see how we're going in the same direction, but we're not just like falling. You know, we're just like, it's not really a waterfall. You know, it's like a series of falls. We're falling slow. We're falling slow. Addicted to love. I'm addicted to love. I'm addicted to love. Addicted to love. Oh, I think baby. I think that's gonna be the lyric. Baby, Oh, I'm gonna make up a lyric. I'm gonna make a cool song. This song is too much fun. So much fun. Or maybe I'm thinking about it wrong. I'm addicted to love, so I should maybe describe the feeling. Like, how does love make you feel, you know? I'm addicted to love.
his addictions though. In the morning. In the night, in the hold you tight. Every morning. Believe it or not, that last red series of candles, that was a lot of money. That was 150% right there. Remember over here, we're going to go. We failed right here. Equal high. This is equal high right here. It's 214. I'm gonna be getting to finish up here shortly. I want to watch something I kind of want to understand. That's crazy. Today, no significant like movement at all. And just that one, just this one big follow through move. Or was it two? One. Maybe one there. Maybe this. Maybe. Kinda. We didn't know the range then. This was a great one. This was okay. Just very little moves today. I mean, they really just chopped it. They did one hell of a job. I mean, my goodness, they did one hell of a job. Whoever was on the sticks today, they cooked. just wrap it up here, folks. I don't know if we're going to see any big significant moves from like for the rest of the day, honestly. Maybe going into March. I mean, even all these puts are still up. You know, they dropped and everything. They were just in trading ranges. They were just so range bound all day. Oh my goodness. Today was just a trader's day. I mean, not bad, but so much chop. You know, if you weren't equipped, I can see how you can get rocked. Wow. On days like this, you have to cook it low and slow. Low and slow. That means low risk, small stop loss. Keep those stop losses tight. Because if it breaks the channel, that thing is ripping, you know, and it might take you into another channel. But look, they brought us back. They brought you back. You see, boom, boom, just like over here on this top end. This first V brought you back. This was different, but it didn't bring you back. That was bullish right here until it wasn't. Until it wasn't. Man, you every day you get so much entertainment from the charts. Like literal entertainment. Remember this? Remember this first what the fuck moment? Down, then up, then down, then up, what? And then run, and that was crazy. This was an insane sequence. How long did this take? 10, 20, 15 minutes. This was a nasty sequence right there. That was a big what the fuck moment. I mean, we were ready for this because we knew where we were in the range. Okay, we got the range. Boom, boom. We teetering. We're on the top end of the range. But we keep noticing something. We keep noticing we're just topping out. You know, we broke out of the range here, but we're shorting. The reason why we're shorting is because of all this. So we shorted it. We didn't get the whole thing, but we got some of it. We got all of this. Because once we hit this zone again, once we tap that, I already know what's good. Are you gonna give us an oh shit moment? Hmm. I've learned a lot today. Today was a good day. We learned a lot today. We didn't make bank. We didn't make bank. We made some money. We still have a couple more plays, so you know. But I think I'm gonna start getting out of here, guys. All right. Yeah, I don't know if anything else is gonna happen. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, doesn't. Well, thanks for trading with me. I'm Chuck Charles. Uh, Welcome to Chuck for Options. Um, it's been a really cool week, trading wise. I think on Sunday, uh, I'm going to go over. I wanna do something on Sunday. I want to look into the spy. I want to look into the charts a little bit more. You know, I think that'd be really cool. Going over like the past week, and maybe even zoom out so we can see the range that we're in within this past week that we left out. I've been doing some off journaling stuff with like the calendar and trade calendar and everything. So I kind of like that much structure because that helps you also see what's going on in front of us too. So I think that'd be cool. But yeah, I'm going to do it Sunday. I don't know what time Sunday. Um, maybe like 11. I think 11. I might do it around 11. I want to be. My goal personally. With trading the SPY is I think I just want to really specialize in SPY. I want to be a pro SPY trader. I want to I want to master it. I want to master it. I want to tame SPY. So we're gonna start really looking into things under a microscope so we can really learn SPY and we can be a better trader. But I am out of here. I hope the cat he'll be okay. He's going through a lot of life changes right now. Um, we had a death in the family, and it was his cat, and I was with him a lot. And he got the cat, and the cat was able to hold him in our hand, and the cat used to sleep on me all the time. We spent so much time together, me and his cat, and my cousin. Uh, he was my older cousin. He was a special guy, man. He love you, cuss. I'm out of here. I'm getting out of here. I'm rambling. I'm rambling now. Sheesh. I'm out.